Hi there, hello, my name's Lance, it's great to see you. Now today I want to talk about references, how to use them, what they're for, how to use them at different levels, and also want to give a particular focus to their usage in comparison to other alternatives like tracing. And also touch briefly on why people do things like tracing, why it probably doesn't achieve the goals they're out for when they use it. There's the first one we'll do, which is the most scaffolded. This is great if you're a beginner and you see a work that you'd like to learn how to do, but you don't. With that, let's get started. So the first thing we're going to do is go through how to utilize a reference in the most scaffolded way to help us understand what the original artist has done while we're studying their work. So here, we're going to try and produce a sort of a show-accurate version of this character. The first thing we're doing is drawing over the top of it, but not the details, just the shapes. This, what we're drawing here, is not going to be our drawing. This is going to be a tool we're making so that we can just look at one part at a time and not overload ourselves. So we can just work on the structure and then we can just work on the detail one piece at a time. So firstly, go over, get the basic forms of the body, the basic shape. In the pose, and then once you've got them drawn in, we'll go over and do a second one for some of the larger details. This will be things like the hair, the boots, weapons, etc., things that are not the body, and we can even do them in a different color to help us break that down in our mind. Remembering the goal here is to make it into smaller, more manageable bite-sized pieces. So now turn off the original image, and instead of trying to copy the finished image, we're going to try and do a study of just that construction shapes that we did before. So we're going to do it visually. We'll try and line it up. You can even draw it nice and close to help you keep those proportions right and get those angles right. You can drag it over the top, see if it's about right. If it's close enough, we'll move on to the next step. Now, we're going to get those larger shapes. So for this character, it's the helmet, the belts, the things around the arms, and the boots. And again, close enough. So now, we can focus on just drawing in the detail. We've got the shapes scaffolded in, So we don't have to worry about getting the overall shapes right. We can just focus on and drill down on that detail. And so we can add things like the detail of the hair, the buttons, the clothing, and the rest of it without having to be too concerned with getting the overall proportions right, because we've already done them in a previous step. We're breaking it down into smaller and more manageable pieces. And once we've got then the shape of the figure with our line art, with our refined sketch, we can begin with our line art. So again, working on top and looking at just the way they've expressed line art on the original image, and then seeing where they've done thicker lines, where they've done thinner lines, where they've got corners, where they've got smooth lines, those kind of things. And now we're able to just focus on how they've done line art. We don't have to worry about proportions, because we did that in a previous step. We don't have to worry about the overall shape or the finer details, because we did that in a previous step. Now, we're just focused on getting the line shape and line behavior right, like it is in the original image. Again, we're breaking it down into smaller, more manageable pieces to perform our study. And this one is a study. We're not going to be putting this forward as our own work. This is one we're doing for our own educational purposes, so that we can see if we're doing it right. Again, drag it over the top of the original to see if it's working okay, put it back and start again. Now, let's sample the colors from the original image, and now we'll, by eye, try to figure out what those colors are and tune them, and we're not going to use the eyedropper. We're going to see if we can find those colors ourselves. Draw it next to it, see what needs changing, and now we have our color palette. So, drop those in, fill in the areas just like they are in the original image, trying to be as accurate as we can with how they're placed, and we're not going to worry about the shading. We're going to do that in a step later as well. Remember, this whole thing is about breaking down the process for ourselves to make it more manageable, thinking how they've done, for instance, the transparency on the visor. Now, we're going to move on to the shading. Now, since this is a cel-shaded one, what can save us a bit of time and help us focus on the shapes of the shading is to use the lasso tool to highlight all the areas where the shading will be, and then we'll do one great big fill-in later. So we just want to outline those shapes of the shading, focusing on that. And now we've got our shading in. We can tune the colors a little bit, remembering things like details like the blush stickers, etc. And with that, we've got our study completed of what's it called. We might tune some of them like the skin tone, and here is the most important step. We're going to sign it, and we're going to say it's for the original artist, which is Kohei Horikoshi. So we'll type that down in the corner there. Now, moving on then to a more intermediate level study. So with this study, we're not going to go over it to give ourselves those construction shapes. We're going to try to look at the original image, see through it, and draw those underlying construction shapes and simple forms for things like the motorcycle ourselves. We're going to try and imagine what those will be, draw them, and then build detail on top of it. This study in particular, the thing I'm aiming to learn about by exploring this master's image is their shape language and how they're going to use line to describe the image. That's why I've chosen a manga panel, because it gives us a much more simplified image. There's no color, it's just tone and line with a particular focus on that line work. So we can look at how they've given form to the figure using hatched lines. We can also look at the shape language of the motorcycle. It's got this really interesting mix of a 80s superbike mixed with sci-fi elements, like the way the wheels are gripping on the edges, and it seems to have a motor actually on the wheel as well. So that retro futurism design aesthetic is really great. That's why I've chosen one of his works from the late 80s instead of one of his more modern works, because his late 80s works have a really unique design language and shape language, especially like the characters and the technical design. For those who don't know, this is the artist behind Ghost in the Shell, so they've done some really wonderful sci-fi work that's really iconic, and I love some of their earlier things like this, like the little treads on the wheels, where the bolts are, all those elements of shape, and then also how they've approached the harder levels of tone to describe the form. So you can see how they've approached form, like on the shadow on the knee there. It's lots and lots of little strokes. And so doing a study means you go over every part of the image with a fine-tooth comb, and you really learn how they've put the image together, how they craft their shapes, and you can then understand those practices to try and do a similar thing in your own work. Even if you're not producing the same thing, you'll have a better understanding of what it is that they're doing. So going over here and doing a bit of the sort of darker tones, and trying to see where they've put those hard bits of dark tone in there, and bits of hard value. So especially you can see on the wheels there, the way they've done that, and it really sort of carves it out. And if you look at the image overall, that's where most of the hard tone is, so from a design sense. And so with that, we can then go over and do the same thing with the wheels and the treads, and we'll end up with a very sort of similar image there. And then just adding the shadow in, and a little bit more tone, and with that, we're basically done. And remembering again that since this is a master study, so we are not going to pretend this is our own work, because we haven't added anything, we are going to put for Shiro Mazumune, because he's the original artist, so the respect we show to the art that made us want to do a study of it is the same respect we're going to show in crediting that artist that we're doing the master study of. So next is how we use a reference to inform a detail element. This can be like technical design, character design, where the image we're making is original, but we want to make sure that what we're depicting is accurate to what we're making a depiction of. So in this case, we're going to copy this VTuber here, which is Shiley. So their design is very specific. They have a specific way that the face is constructed, where the markings go, what shape they are, the hair shape and hair details. So while we're going to be making an original image, we're going to be referencing from that source one to make sure we get all those details correct. Making sure that the shirt comes down on the shoulder on the right, those sort of those blue bands where they go, where the body tattoos go, and all the details of the clothing and body, making sure they match the original design. So this is where you would use a reference to inform the details of something. Quite often you'll use it for things like technical things, like if you're doing like a tank, you'll have a reference of the right particular tank there to make sure all the details are correct and the proportions. Or for characters like these that have fairly complex character designs, like your VTubers or your MiHoYo characters that have a lot of detail in them that really defines what they are, that you need to then capture if you want to get it right. And so here, once we've got the basic sketch in, we can go in with our line art and keeping that reference in mind for getting all those details in, like how to break up the hair into the dark sections and the light sections, where to put the tail, that kind of thing. And now, going over and checking the reference again to make sure there's no details we missed. That was the one where we noticed that the leg straps had been missing. And now, just like a standard illustration, since we know we've got all the pieces in place, we don't need the reference for this bit, because this is just the mechanical, adding a bit of extra line weight. So we'll add those in there, and you can see I've colored the line art a more bright color, so I can see where I haven't had it add that line weight. So make sure I don't miss any bits. And now, once I've got most of them in place, we can move on to doing the colors once they're done. So we'll turn all that dark, and now we're looking at the reference to try and figure out what those colors are. So getting those base colors, and again, we're not going to eyedrop from them, we're going to do it by eye, but we are going to still use that reference to make sure we get the right colors. So things like, what color is the tail versus what color is the hair, what color is the uniform, and then putting a layer of green underneath it to make sure we don't miss any bits, especially true when you have an image with a lot of white. You can have bits that look like they're colored in white, but they're actually just not colored. So a bright green background will show all those missing bits, and also where the bucket fill hasn't filled in very well. Now with those done, we can do just a very basic background, a simple gradient and some clouds, just because this is not aimed to be the main speed paint illustration for this, so I'm doing a quicker one. And then doing things like having the clothes show through the wet shirt there, because the design seems to be this is a character who's a whale, so they're always in the water. So that means that their outfit is always wet, so you'll see parts of it through. The easy way to do that is just, of course, go over the top of your flats layer and just draw something there on top, and it'll look like you'll be seeing it through. And then going over, giving the skin tone some variation, and then starting on your basic sort of shading. Again, we'll be doing a very straightforward approach to this one, so we won't be going too in-depth with it, but getting the basic shadows in. It's outdoors, so it's lit from above, so we're going to expect a lot of sort of hard shadows and not a lot of soft shadow edges. And then doing just some of the creases as well, because when clothing is wet, it'll stick to the body and it'll make some sort of oblongy sort of shapes to show that it's sort of clinging there with the water. And now getting just the skin tone and the drop shadows, remembering to prioritize our drop shadows because they're the best way to do tone on a sort of a work to reward basis. And once all the basic bit of shading is in, we'll do a little bit more on areas of the hair, and realizing I've missed a bit of the body markings there on the chest, which is a shame. And smoothing out some of that shading, just taking some of the shading on the hair as well, and using the lasso tool just to really get that nice sort of quick shading in, just because it's a much easier way to do regions of shading, or at least much faster, and you can just sort of feather it afterwards. And now we're going to do the subsurface scattering, because it's in full sun, so you would expect a very strong light to get in under the skin and scatter around and come out with a bit of red. And now we'll just add a rim sort of shine, because we do have a fair amount of light in the scene, so we want very much a light focus rather than shading focused image. And the shines on the skin, again, using the lasso tool to get the basic shapes in, then smoothing them out. And then adding that extra bit of tone there for the eyes, because they're sort of purple and blue together. And getting the shine on top. And then going over and doing a layer of what is sort of atmospheric perspective. And then the post-processing. Now, if you're interested in the post-processing, I do have a separate video about that one on the channel, so pop over and have a look at that. And here, just doing a few effects to give it more of a daylight glow, and we're done. Now, this one we don't need to sign as being for the original artist, because we are the original artist. We won't claim, of course, we've designed the character, but we can definitely claim that we made the image. So moving on now to the main illustration, we're going to take the reference of this lady in the sort of cotton top and heels against a wall, and we're going to try and use that as our jumping off point for an original illustration. So the things I do like about it is I like the simple sort of standing pose and the flow it has with the hand over the midsection there and one hand down, but I want to accentuate it more. So I'm moving the pose out a little bit more and moving the shoulders, giving a bit of a twist, and tilting the head as well. So instead of trying to capture the reference, using it as a starting point for what we're going to draw. So adding a bit more shape to things like the legs, and giving a bit more narrowness to the waist, and maybe changing the outfit a little bit as well. And now trying to give it a bit more of an elegant sort of long neck, because that's, I think, the thing I like about the reference is how much of a vertical direction of movement it has. And I'm going to simplify the hair into more sort of larger shapes, just because I like the flow of the image, but the original image of the hair is a bit sort of frizzy, and I'd like to work it into more of a smooth set of curls. And now with that, I'm just going to move some of the pieces around, because I took a bit of a break to come back, and just broadening the shoulders and tuning some of the features in. And I wasn't quite sure what was wrong with the nose. I realized it needed to come down sort of lower and be closer to the center. And with that, smoothing over all the bits I used, and using the hand then for a detail reference for how to put that together, and also looking at how the clothing is creased and where it's sort of flowing. So even though the outfit I've got is different and has a different sort of structure, it's still good to use a reference to see how things like cloth would behave in a similar scenario, so where the fold would bunch up around the elbows. And adding maybe like a waistband there, because I wanted to do like a more of a sort of tight pencil skirt on top, so I wanted to differentiate them between the top and the skirt. And I wanted to add these sort of semi-pleats. I was at the shopping centre the other day and they said this, it was like a light green, and it was almost like a pleated skirt pattern, but on a thin pencil skirt. So I want to try and capture that in the image there, and maybe adding some hoop earrings because I feel like they look fancy, and going for more of a slightly off-center part, because I like the center part on the original one for how much of the face is shown, but it still doesn't, it's a bit too symmetrical, so I wanted to sort of offset it side to side. Now on the background, the boring wall was something definitely to sort of be improved upon. I do like the paleness of it versus the darkness of the hair and some of the shadows, so I decided to go for sort of maybe like a snowy, cloudy mountain view, like somewhere sort of European or something. And then going a bit more detail on the hand there, with a very different sort of positioning from the one in the photo. I want it to be sort of more lifted up and more sort of tense. And then doing just some test shading here. So this is just the tone to put over it to see if it's going to work. See if the image is going to work overall for what I'm planning with the shading. Components of the image, like adding in some movement of the chest there. And so now I can move on to the line work. And just going over with a very simple, like I did with the previous one you saw. Just starting with a hard round brush, a lot of smoothing, no shape dynamics at all. And then I'm going to go over a second time and add those thicker bits of line to give it some line weight variation. And just getting the details on the face right there, since it's a key point of the image, I want to make sure the details on the face are right before I move on, even though the face is quite small in this, given how small the character is in the frame, and how small the head is on the character. And just getting the detail of the clothing in, and I'm going to skip a lot of detail on the hand, just because I want it to be a more sort of softer feel. So I'm going to try and shape it later with shading rather than doing line art for all the fingers, because I don't want it to pull too much detail away. One of the things you'll notice is you can control where the viewer is going to engage with the piece by how much detail, and specifically if you have line work, you can control the detail really well by deciding what parts you're going to show shape and edge with shading instead of showing shape and edge with line art. And with that, just doing a little like a guardrail thing, like if we're in the mountains, we're thinking like an observing viewing platform. Whether I'll include those line art bits in the final background, I don't know. Now, adding a little bit of thickness again, this is how I do line weight variation. So for me, what works really well is to break larger jobs into smaller, more manageable jobs. So I don't worry about line weighting when I'm doing my inking. I do a separate pass just for line weighting so that I can just focus on one thing at a time. I'm not terribly smart individual, so I have to scaffold things for myself and make them easier to manage. So this is one of the things I do where I break my line art into multiple steps so I can only tackle a little bit at a time so I don't get overloaded. And then just some detail on the eyes there. Merging the original line art with the line weighting. And now just dropping in some colors. So I'll start with the skin tone, which again, whenever you're dropping like a light color over the top of white, it'll look really dark. And then also giving a bit more darkness to the leggings or pantyhose, whatever they are. And then going for more of a sort of cream color for the outfit. But I wanted more of a sort of contrast between the legs and the body, because I wanted them to more pop out of the background. Because the paler skin on the white background would sort of mesh a bit, so I wanted a bit more separation there. And now just doing some very basic shade on the background. So throwing a bit of warmer and cooler tones to give it a bit of color variation. The reason I'm not giving it a lot of variation in light and dark is because I don't want it to pull too much attention. So the only real variation I'm giving the background is some small variation in tone, but primarily I'm showing shape with variation in color because I don't want it to pull attention. I want it to be there and set a scene and contextualize the image, but I don't want it to pull attention by having a lot of light and dark contrast. And I'm also going to put, for the highlights on the background, I'm going to do them in a slightly yellow, warm tone, just because I want that, again, that contrast to be mainly color more than tone. So even the white, I'm going to do color contrast, and then just throwing a bit more clouds in between each layer. I've set the background up sort of like a series of cardboard cutouts, so I can put clouds, behind in between them, and then just a nice simple gradient for the background sky. And with that, I can then add the ground she's standing on, and I want a sort of icy, like a concrete, like a something you wouldn't want to drive over, and maybe some cracks as well. And so I've just gone over with a bit of a warmer tone there, just to do some tone in, because I did like the way the skirting board sort of framed the lower part of the image in the reference, but it was, again, too much of a boring sort of situation. It was just someone standing in front of a semi-clean wall. And so with this, adding a bit of reflection there, doesn't have to be too complicated, but just enough color that's not present in the ground itself, so that'll make it look like a reflection. I'm just going over and doing the shading. So this is a shading layer that's informed by the flats. If you're interested in how I get the shading layer to base how dark it is on the flats it goes over, instead of just being as dark as the color I'm shading with, that's in the post-processing video, which you can grab from the channel there. And now just going over and doing the skin tone here, so I'll do mainly hard shading, but for areas of skin like the chest here, I wanted to have a bit more sort of soft shading to show that tone and pull a bit of focus, because it's, it's a nice place to have focus on. And then once that's shaded in, I'll have a bit of go at blending some of that, so it's not too much of a hard shape. And then going over and shading the hair with the lasso tool. So I'll select the area with the lasso tool, put the smoothing up on the lasso tool so the lines come out nice and smooth. And then once I've done that, I go over with a very soft airbrush over the top to lay the tone down. This lets me do a lot of tone areas very clean and very quickly. And then I can just feather the edges to make it look more of an organic paint job there. And just fixing up a bit more of the tone on the chest there to get that get that right. And then some drop shadow from the hair. It's important with an image like this that the focus should be on getting the dropped shadows correct more than anything else, just because they're most of how the shape is going to be communicated. You can see that one of the best bits of shape is around the head and neck, where the chin really lifts out from the neck because of that hard shadow there. So it's important to take any opportunity you can to drop some hard shadows on this to really separate those parts out. So large areas with no shadow, but then also some areas with nice hard shadow, and that'll give you contrast and rhythm to get that shape into your image. And then just darkening one of the arms there to sort of pull it back to give it a bit of a slight tilt of rotation in the shoulders. And then focusing on the surface plane there, so there'll be the surface plane of the pelvis. So I'm darkening that and smoothing it out, and then working details on top of it. So I wanted to, like I said, break it down so it's simpler for myself. So I started with the surface plane of the pelvis and abdomen, and then once I've done that, I then go over and disturb that surface by adding creases for the fabric and deleting some out and adding some in for the seams of the stitching, like the pattern there along the skirt. And then moving on to the leggings, I'm not going to do them too shiny. If you want to do really shiny sort of pantyhose, you'll do essentially shading around the sides and specular highlight shines along the center. They'll all be all about the shine rather than the shape of them in shadow, whereas this one I'm doing not terribly sheer, so they'll have a lot more of the shading from the environment as opposed to shading based on how reflective they are. And now just going over and adding a bit of skin tone variation. Again, I'll just select the area of the body that is skin tones, and then with a soft round brush I'll put in some blushes and so forth. And then there's a secondary layer of shading. This is only to be used very sparingly on just the very darkest bits. If you use the secondary shading layer everywhere, it'll sort of flatten the image, because if everything has detail and focus, nothing does. And so now I'm going over and doing the highlights with the lasso, just like I did with the shading, and just grabbing those individual parts that need to be shaded and then going over with a light airbrush, and then adding a bit of atmospheric perspective in blue. That's what that glow is in the hair there. Detailing the eyes out to really make them sort of pop. They're the bit where I'll let the saturation fly. Softening the line up by colouring it a bit. Adding some shine to the metallic components. And then going over them again to give them a bit of a shine there. I wasn't sure about the hair colour. I decided to go with sort of purpley maroon. It sort of contrasts more and pulls the focus up more towards the head. And now just getting in and doing the post-processing effects, which again I have a whole video about. So this is just to give it a bit of a better sort of overall colour and feel. And then doing a gradient overlay. And then with that, we're finished. So let's have a look over the images we've produced. So first thing would be to look over the two image studies we've made from photos. We have the image from Jacqueline May, and one for Laura Oliveira. Now both of these are images where the merit is not something I have added. The merit is something I have hopefully partially captured. But I haven't added anything, so these then are master studies. So I'm going to credit the original artist who put together the photos, designed the lighting, the situation, helped pose the model, and compose those images. That's why those are master studies. The next one, of course, is the work we've made of Ochako, and that one's for Kohei Horikoshi. And again, I have not made any new element to this work. I have merely captured the original work. That's what I've attempted to do. So since I haven't added anything, I'm going to credit them. This is also a master study, as is this one here for Masamune Shirow. I haven't added anything, so the credit then goes to the original author. This is another master study where I've studied the shape language and tried to understand how they put together all the pieces to give it that feel of the technological sort of style and look to their works. After that, though, we went on to produce this image, which is of Shylily. Now this one, the reference wasn't used to compose the image, it was to inform the detail in the image and inform the character to make sure all the details came through correct, like how the hair is put together, how the outfit is composed, and that kind of thing. But the image is mine. So while the design, not mine, this is an image I have created. So I can just credit myself. And then of course the last one is this image here. Now we've started with a photograph as well, and this photograph is from the photographer Andrea Yuko. But you can see we've used that as a jumping off point. The work we've created is transformative. So we've got a similar pose and a similar idea of pale colours on the character with an overall pale background, but we've taken it and made the merit of the work something we've added or introduced, as opposed to simply capturing the merit of the original work. So that one's not a study. That one's mine, and I'll sign that with my name. And with that, we're done. So hopefully that was helpful. We've gone over how to do an informed study, so you can learn from masters that you may not have access to because they're either too expensive to hire or they're no longer with us, as well as how to use references in other ways to inform your work, either in detail or, like I said before, as a jumping off point for your own transformative work. Now from here, don't forget we have homework. So I've put together a homework sheet where you can do a work from a reference, so either the scaffolded way, where you can draw over the original and use that as your basis, or you can just do a more intermediate reference, or do a reference where you use the detail in an object to do your own original drawing. So use a reference from one to the other, and once you've done that, pop over to the Discord, post it there, share it with other students. I go through every week and go through all the homework and do feedback on them all. At least I do so far, while the numbers are still within the 4 figures. And if you like this video and would like to see more like it, consider becoming a member on our Patreon. To those who already have, I really do appreciate it. And I'll hopefully have the Patreon rewards of the PSD files for all the images through these videos available there for the final ones using the speed paints. And with that, we're done. Thank you very much for watching through, and you have a good day. Cheers. Bye.
Hey friends, so in art, improvement comes from drawing something, figuring out what we can do better, and then making those changes. So the fastest way to improve comes down to practicing in a way that lets us do those three things in the best way possible. And whether we draw about it. Okay, I'll now show you how to do the blind method step by step. And for this demo, I'll be borrowing this beautiful illustration of Gil, King of Urk, from Pixel Heroes. So the first step is to pick just one small part of the reference you want to learn. For example, if you want to study the head, like I'll be doing for this demo, I recommend to study just the face first without the hair. You can leave it for your next practice session. This is because unlike a normal study, we're going to draw completely based on memory, so it's best to limit the scope and keep things simple. Remember, it's always better to learn one thing well than try to learn many things at the same time and remember none of them. If you're a beginner that's just starting out, you might find that trying to draw the whole face is a bit too difficult. That's okay and to be expected since you're still trying to figure things out. And in that case, I recommend breaking the parts up even more, such as studying only the eyes first before gradually adding the other parts of the face in. Having picked the part we want to study, it's time to start off by doing a quick analysis. With the head, I'm mainly trying to get a feel for the overall structure, breaking it down into simple shapes and figuring out where the parts of the face line up. All we're trying to do at this stage is just understand what we're looking at. With the analysis done, we're now going to do a normal copy with the reference open. This step is optional, and you can go straight into the blind copy if you like. But I recommend doing it because it'll help give you more confidence to do blind copy. So here's how to do the normal copy. First, draw a copy with the reference. open. Once you've made the copy, make a duplicate of the reference, set it to 50% transparency, and put it underneath. Adjust the size of your copy so they roughly match up. Then make 2 duplicates of your copy, so you have 3 in total, and line them up next to each other. Now set your pen to a different color, and it's time to find improvement points through the following 3 steps. Compare. Compare your copy with the original underneath. Fix any differences by tracing or using the transform tool. Analyze. As you're doing this, note down the changes you are making. The key here is to think, why did the master make a different move than me? And write down your best guess. For example, here, the eyes and nose are in a higher position in the original than in my copy. Thinking about the reason why, my guess is that I didn't consider the tilt of the face enough in my copy. And when I compared the two, I observed that raising it like in the original does make the face look more tilted up, so I note that down. This gives me a handy principle I can use to tilt the face up more when I draw. And it also makes me reflect on whether I raise the facial features high enough when I normally draw the face tilted up. So just like this, we can learn the rules and principles of the master one at a time. These small lessons are like 1% improvements that stack up and lead to big level ups in your skill over time, so don't underestimate them. By the way, it's going to be tempting to just skip the note-taking process and do it all in your head. But actually writing them down will force you to think things through more clearly, and you'll come up with better principles, so don't skip it. Next is to fix it. Once you've written down your note, it's time to fix the error manually on the copy next to it, without tracing, so you'll be using your brush and eraser for this one. This helps solidify what you learned by applying it. Then continue to repeat this process of compare, analyze, and fix until your copy matches the original. By the end of it, the duplicates of your copy should look like this. The left one you fixed by tracing for comparison and analysis. The middle one you manually fixed to apply what you learned. And the right one is your original copy, so you can compare the difference with the fixed version, and it's actually kind of motivating because you look at it and you kind of go, hey, I know how to make that better and look like the master's work now. By the way, if you're finding this helpful, I hope you consider subscribing so you don't miss out on any new tutorials I make. Now it's time to do the blind copy. The steps are exactly the same as the normal copy, just without the reference. So hide the original and start drawing the copy from memory while keeping in mind the lessons you learned from before. Our first attempt at the blind copy is probably going to be bad since we're literally trying to draw how the master draws based on what we remember, and what we can't remember, we're gonna be making it up. So I like to take some of the pressure off by reminding myself that, hey, the first one isn't going to be good, and all I'm doing is making my best guess and improve from there. Once we've drawn the blind copy, it's time to see how we did. So unhide those references, and just like before, make 2 duplicates of your copy. Then compare, analyze, and fix to find out where you made a different move than the master, and figure out what rules and principles you might be missing. This first attempt actually didn't turn out that bad, and I managed to keep in mind the face tilt principle from before. But I noticed that I made the cheeks sharper than the original, which might be a habit of mine. In my opinion, making the cheeks rounder and softer like the original creates a more youthful impression, so I note that down and now have another principle which I can use. By the way, the reason you note down doesn't have to be the actual reason why the master does it. The principle you come up with just has to be useful and generally help you draw better. This does mean that some of the principles you come up with might be incorrect and not very applicable since your best guess is still, well, a guess. But that's okay. Learning is a journey, and as you continue to improve and do more studies, you'll automatically start adjusting and replacing the less helpful principles with better ones. So in that sense, it's all about creating a personal toolkit of lessons we can apply when drawing to get a better outcome. Once we've done our blind copy, the next step is to do another one because with this method, the more repetitions we do, the more we'll learn. Each rep usually takes anywhere between 10 to 20 minutes, and you want to do as many as you can within the hour, aiming for at least 3 blind copies in total, which in my opinion is the minimum effective dosage for seeing decent improvement with the method. But this is more of a general rule of thumb since the actual time a copy will take depends greatly on what you're studying. So in practice, you might end up doing a bit more or less within the hour. Also, if you did a normal copy first, you can count that in as 1 rep time-wise. The next step is of course to reward yourself for a job well done. And if you're a gamer, you might want to check out today's sponsor, Pixel Heroes. Pixel Heroes is a newly released RPG idle game for mobile with an aesthetic that combines classic JRPG pixel art with beautiful live 2D illustrations. In a world where the heroes of the world fail to defeat the Demon Lord, you play as the Executor, the one chosen by the goddess to save the magical land of Emond. The battles all run on auto, and something I thought was really neat was that you could actually do other things while the battles are running, such as customizing your character. If you really want to supercharge your learning, I recommend doing the blind method multiple times on the same thing. Of course, you don't have to do it all at once, and I even recommend spacing each practice session at least 1 day apart. And if you're the type that draws every day, the blind method works really well as a daily practice exercise and you'll improve quickly. Small part of the reference you want to learn. For example, if you want to study the head, like I'll be doing for this demo, I recommend to study just the face first without the hair. You can leave it for your next practice session. This is because unlike a normal study, we're going to draw completely based on memory, so it's best to limit the scope and keep. Then feel free to space it out to suit your schedule. As for how many times you should blind copy a piece, it really depends on how much you want to learn from it. If you've done 3 copies and you feel like you've absorbed everything you wanted, then that's enough. But chances are you'll probably benefit from doing more. So on screen are some recommendations on how many to do based on your learning goals. Again, these are just rough guidelines to get you started, and once you've done the blind method a couple of times, you'll have a good feel of the process and how many copies you should do for each thing. After finishing your studies, I also recommend drawing something original to put the principles you learned into action. You can choose to draw a full illustration or just draw some sketches, both work. But do make sure to challenge yourself to draw from a different angle than what you studied, so you apply the principles to a new situation. Because if you draw it from exactly the same angle, you kind of run the risk of mindlessly making another copy without learning to apply the principles in an original way. Remember, the point of the blind method isn't to make replicas, but to learn rules and principles we can apply to improve our own original art. You can pretty much use the blind method to get better at anything, whether it's improving how to draw hands, facial expressions, body types, or coloring and shading. But do note, however, that it's not going to teach you the fundamentals, like how to draw a box correctly in perspective. Having knowledge of the fundamentals will also help you come up with better principles when you analyze. For example, you can relate the head tilt principle in a demonstration to how the center line of a box moves up or down as it's tilted. So, if you've never learned the fundamentals before, it can be worth your time to at least get a basic gist of it, such as learning how to draw a box and understanding how light and shadow works. Now, one concern you might have is that, oh man, with all these rules and principles, it's gonna be impossible to remember them all when I draw. At first, it might feel a bit overwhelming since you are learning and remembering new things. But over time, you'll begin to internalize it all and it becomes automatic and part of your intuition. Weirdly enough for me, the way this has manifested is that I often have a feeling when something is off. And when I do, I think to myself, okay, this is what it usually feels like when the head is off or when the proportions are off. And actually, it's been surprisingly accurate many times. If you're worried about resembling one artist too much, you can consider studying different parts from different artists that inspire you. You can go, I really like how artist A draws their eyes, how artist B draws hair, and how artist C uses colors, and study from them all. Combined with your own personal touch, that'll come out no matter what you learn from all these different sources of inspiration will eventually lead to your own unique style. That said, if you're just starting out, it might be easier to study from just one master first, because their rules and principles will fit together more cohesively, kind of like pieces that belong to the same puzzle. Finally, in my own journey in art, and more recently on YouTube, I've personally found that we often only find our own voice after we sounded a lot like other people, and that's okay. It's all part of the journey as a creator, and all we have to do is keep on going and continue to learn. Anyway, quick thanks again to Pixel Heroes for kindly sponsoring this video. Link to the game is below if you're interested. And special thanks goes to my friend and wonderful artist Fishy for helping me test and improve the blind method. If you're still watching, thank you so much for getting all the way to the end. And you might want to check out this video on the fastest way to learn anime style art. The blind method is actually based on the framework I talked about there. King of Earth, I'll be doing for and keep things simple. Remember, it's always better to learn one thing well than try to learn many things at the same time. With the analysis done, we're now going to do a normal copy with the reference open. This step is optional, and you can go straight into the blind copy if you like. But I recommend doing it because it'll help give you more confidence to do blind copy. So here's how to do the normal copy. First, draw a copy with the reference open. Once you've made the copy, make a duplicate of the reference, set it to 50% transparency, and put it underneath. Adjust the size of your copy so they roughly match up. Then make 2 duplicates of your copy, so you have 3 in total, and line them up next to each other. Now set your pen to a different color, and it's time to find improvement points through the following 3 steps. Compare your copy with the original underneath. Fix any differences by tracing or using the transform tool. Analyze. As you're doing this, note down the changes you are making. The key here is to think, why did the master make fix any three next to each other. Now, make transparency and put it underneath. Adjust the size of your copy so they roughly match up. Then make 2 duplicates of your copy, so you have 3 in total, and line them up next to each other. Now set your pen to a different color, and it's time to find improvement points through the following 3 steps. Compare. Compare your copy with the original underneath. Fix any differences by tracing or using the transform tool. Analyze. As you're doing this, note down the changes you are making. The key here is to think, why did the master make a different move than me? And write down your best guess. For example, here, the eyes and nose are in a higher position in the original than in my copy. Thinking about the reason why? My guess is that I didn't consider the tilt of the face enough in my copy. And when I compared the two, I observed that raising it like in the original does make the face look more tilted up, so I note that down. This gives me a handy principle I can use to tilt the face up more when I draw. And it also makes me reflect on whether I raise the facial features high enough when I normally draw the face tilted up. So just like this, we can learn the rules and principles of the master one at a time. These small lessons are like 1% improvements that stack up and lead to big level ups in your skill over time, so don't underestimate them. By the way, it's going to be tempting to just skip the note-taking process and do it all in your head. But actually writing them down will force you to think things through more clearly, and you'll come up with better principles, so don't skip it. Next is to fix it. Once you've written down your note, it's time to fix the error manually on the copy next to it without tracing, so you'll be using your brush and eraser for this one. This helps solidify what you learned by applying it. Then continue to repeat this process of compare, analyze, and fix until your copy matches the original. By the end of it, the duplicates of your copy should look like this. The left one you fixed by tracing for comparison and analysis. The middle one you manually fixed to apply what you learned. And the right one is your original copy, so you can compare the difference with the fixed version, and it's actually kind of motivating because you look at it and you kind of go, hey, I know how to make that better and look like the master's work now. By the way, if you're finding this helpful,
tool we're making so that we can just look at one part at a time and not overload ourselves. So we can just work on the structure and then we can just work on the detail one piece at a time. So firstly, go over, get the basic forms of the body, the basic shapes and the pose, and then once you've got them drawn in, we'll go over and do a second one for some of the larger details. This will be things like the hair, the boots, weapons, etc. Things that are not the body. And we can even do them in a different color to help us break that down. Detail. We've got nice and close to the body. And we can even do that all here with the original image. And instead of trying to copy the finished image, we're going to try and do a study of just that construction shapes that we did before. So we're going to do it visually. We'll try and line it up. You can even draw it nice and close to help you keep those proportions right and get those angles right. You can drag it over the top. You can even draw it nice and close to help you keep those proportions right and get those angles right. You can drag it over the top, see if it's about right. If it's close enough, we'll move on to the next step. Now, we're going to get those larger shapes. So for this character, it's the helmet, the belts, the things around the arms, and the boots. And again, close enough. we're doing is we're going to get those larger shapes. So for this character, we'll try and line it up. So now, turn off the original image, and instead of
Hello. Sorry, but I don't play songs. Cause it could be copyrighted or something. So I don't want any strikes. Well, I don't know. I don't talk much. I mean, you can just open new tab and play a song for yourself. What is that song? Sorry, but I'm not sure about this.
Hi there, hello.
Well, I'm type of guys who don't talk a lot.
And do a study of just that construction shapes that we did before. So we're going to do it visually. We'll try and line it up. You can even draw it nice and close to help you keep those proportions right and get those angles right. You can drag it to the top, see if it's about right. If it's close enough, we'll move on to the next step. Now, we're going to get those larger shapes. So for this character, it's the helmet, the belts, the things around the arms, and the boots. And again, close enough.
Before we start, I want to say thank you to Surfshark VPN for sponsoring today's video. Back when I was in high school, trying to use the internet was a pain. Every social media I like to go on was blocked. All the reference sites I used such as Pinterest and Twitter were blocked. Hell, even websites teachers wanted us to go on were usually blocked. Everything was blocked. I couldn't even use my cellular data either because the school walls were made of cement, which really screws up everything. Every day in school, I had to suffer until the day was over to check on how my Instagram was growing at the time. Until Surfshark VPN saved my life. Surfshark was able to bypass all the restrictions the school had on their websites, and I was finally able to access the websites I was blocked from. Even better, Surfshark VPN protected my data with uncrackable encryption. So school administrators couldn't even read who was bypassing the restrictions. I was basically an anonymous user using their Wi-Fi. This didn't only work for phones, however. Surfshark is for PC, Mac, Chrome, and even Xbox and PlayStation. If you have this problem in school, I 100% recommend Surfshark. Even if it doesn't work out for you, they're offering a 30-day money-back guarantee, so don't even hesitate to try it out. Get Surfshark VPN in my description below, and make sure to use the promo code SomNormalArtist for 83% off and 3 extra months for free. Hey, it's me, your favorite artist you're obviously subscribed to, and welcome to the reference tutorial. In this video, I'm going to be explaining how you can use references efficiently to improve your art. It's one thing to simply attempt to copy the art you're referencing, and it's another to understand the concepts behind what the artist is doing. Being able to understand will help you dramatically, as it will allow you to mold the reference art piece to fit your art perfectly, and I will explain that later. References are the key aspect to improving in art, and they're mostly how I improved as well. Do not let anyone tell you that references are cheating or that they make you a bad artist. No artist can draw anything straight from memory. Painters have to visually see what they are drawing in order to replicate it. In my artwork, I use a bunch of references, and at the end of the day, it helps my artwork look better and unique, and it helps me learn. Anyone who tells you otherwise has an ego problem, and you probably shouldn't listen to them. Here are some tips I gathered on how to efficiently use references to your benefit. First of all, you gotta use different references to make a new unique drawing, and make sure the references are meaningful to the style that you want to achieve. What I mean by this is that you need to reference different artists instead of just one that you really love. If you don't, what this does is it makes your art style basically just So as you probably know by now, I'm not very good at drawing objects, let alone liquids. So I needed to reference like coffee spilling because like I don't know how to draw coffee. So now I can't really show you how to reference every single thing in art, so I'm just going to do one more specific example. Now imagine you had a drawing, but you don't know how to color the hair. And you stumble upon the MapleStory 2 artist, and you really like the way they do hair. How would you break it down in order to mold it to your art? So to make this segment short and to get the point across, I'm only going to color the bangs. So the first thing you obviously need is color, because to color you need a color palette. So we need to identify which colors we need to use to color the hair correctly. So first of all, what I'm going to do is pick a base color, and it's pretty obvious. It's like in the upper half of the bangs, it's this light turquoise. Now for my second shading color, this is where it kind of gets confusing because as we can see in the bottom half of the bangs, everything is dark. And that is because the artist uses a multiply layer. Now once you become kind of intermediate at art, you can pretty much tell when an artist is using a multiply layer. And in this case, I can tell. So I'm going to go with the standard light blue color for the multiply layer color. It's a common color to pick when you try to use a multiply layer. Everyone just goes light blue. Now for the second and third shading color, I'm going to pick two darker colors that are not in the area where the multiply layer is. After we get our color palette, now we can move on to the shape and form of the hair. Trying to kind of inspect how this artist gives form to the hair, I noticed that it kind of looks like a bevel and emboss. If you don't know what bevel and emboss is, I'll explain it right now. There's this thing in Photoshop called bevel and emboss where you can give more depth to your image by adding a highlight and shadow to opposite sides of the image. You can tell that's what the artist is kind of going for because you can see there are shadows on the edges of the hair and highlights also on the edges of the hair. So I'm going to color my hair as if it were a bevel and emboss to replicate the feeling of the artist's hair. Next, we're going to apply the multiply layer. As I pointed out before, the bottom half of the bangs on the character are darker than the top half. This is to convey form. The artist
So, you want to learn how to draw anatomy. Well, anatomy is a really complex subject that takes a lot of time and effort to master. So, to utilize my time, I've divided my anatomy studies into two separate types of practice. We have the light sketches and structured studies. Light sketches is basically like the warm-up. This is where we do easy tasks such as gesture drawings and some fundamental sketches, where you don't have to think all that much. Whereas the structured studies is the opposite. This is where we learn new stuff and apply them. This requires a lot of thinking and problem solving. We're going to be using these two concepts of studies and apply them in learning anatomy. So first up is light practice. This is the easiest part of the study. This is usually my daily warm-up where I practice some basic fundamentals to get in shape. If you're like me that's self-taught, you would probably skip the fundamentals part because you may think it's boring or it doesn't look cool. But think of art fundamentals as writing. Before you write, you have to learn the letters first, then the words, the grammar, and so on. In art, it's practically the same. You have to learn the basics first so that you can visualize your ideas better and even develop your own art style. So to practice, just draw some simple shapes and make them three-dimensional. The key here is you have to get used to how three-dimensional space should look like because we're going to be using 3D shapes throughout this anatomy video. Next up is gesture drawings. We can't have an anatomy video without gesture drawings. But why is it so important? Well, when I started drawing, I only practiced the face because it's the most pleasing thing that you could draw. And I didn't draw anything else, so I struggled drawing anything from the neck down. Until I decided to start doing gesture drawings every day, and it was an absolute game changer. Doing gesture drawing is a great practice to get familiar with the body. This gets rid of all the stressful details, so you don't have to get overwhelmed like with all the muscles. Do gesture drawings until it's engraved in your mind. That's how I get familiar with anatomy, even without any prior knowledge. By the way, this is not exactly the main way of doing gesture drawings. The traditional way involves a more fluid approach, and is usually done with live models or like people walking on the street. So what exactly am I improving with this? Well, this improves your observational skills. Light sketches forces you to observe and analyze the subject's movement and gestures quickly. This practice can help you develop your observational skills, making you more aware of the nuances of movement and body language. It can also develop hand-eye coordination as you learn to translate what you see onto the page or canvas quickly. Of course, this improves your understanding of anatomy. Gesture drawings can help you understand the underlying structure of the human form, as you learn to capture the essential movement of the body and how they relate to each other. This also trains your speed and efficiency. This is often done quickly, which helps you develop your speed and efficiency in drawing. Last but not the least, and what I think is the most important, which is overcoming perfectionism. Gesture drawing is often done quickly and without much concern for perfection or detail. This really helped me overcome perfectionism and focus on capturing the essence of the subject. Next one is structure studies. This is where we use our big brain, but at the same time putting in some time and effort. We're gonna try and absorb anatomy knowledge as much as we can, but don't worry, it's gonna be easier than you think. Okay, we're gonna be studying the structure of the body, but using 3D shapes. Think of anatomy as food and 3D shapes as your eating utensils. This makes your food more edible. This allows you to consume knowledge slowly but surely, instead of biting in more than you could chew. And of course, you're gonna choke if you force yourself to learn, so take it easy. And that's basically the idea of this whole anatomy video, but it can be applied to literally everything. When drawing anatomy, you have to get used to simplifying things. Using shapes when drawing anatomy is a really helpful technique that can make the process more manageable and accurate by breaking down the human body into basic shapes such as spheres, cylinders, and cubes. This way, you can simplify the process of drawing and understand the underlying structure of the body. Using shapes when drawing anatomy allows you to create a framework for your drawing that can guide your proportions and ensure that your figure is anatomically correct. For example, you might use a circle to represent the head, cylinders to represent the arms and legs, and spheres to represent the joints. By starting with these basic shapes, you can refine your drawing and add more detail to create a more realistic representation of the human body. This technique are especially helpful for beginners who may struggle with proportions or understanding the structure of the body. Using shapes can also help you to better understand the relationships between different parts of the body. For example, you might use overlapping circles to